All right. Good morning, free folk of the world. Hey, Tommy, I remembered to take down the kicking off sign. You've trained me well, sir. So, another day, another dollar. I'm not expecting much today. We have the non-farm payroll out there. I know I used to gripe on the feds. Now it's the non-farm. It's always something. So, here's the morning news or financial news that we can expect. Really not a lot going on. ADP unemployment change gives us some insight in what we could expect from the ADP. The forecast was 450,000 new jobs expected to be created. It came in at 692,000 new jobs. This is not the non-farms payroll. This is ADP. But I mean, it is giving an indication that there may be a little fear. If we look at the futures, it looks like the futures are trading off a little bit. Yep, down 4 points. Not a big deal, but I'll show you where it matters. So Chicago, we got oil today, so that's what everybody's going to be paying attention to. So you won't see a lot of trading before 10:30. It's going to be choppy and extra choppy because of the non-farm and then the holiday weekend. Fed Treasury purchases, that's always interesting to watch. And then some commodity issues. Challenger job cuts will be interesting tomorrow. Jobless claims. The 4-week average, we could look at that. Everything we're going to look at will be inflation based or influencing. There's non-farms right there and balance of trade. So Friday is got the hottest news. Not a whole lot going on in CNBC either. You know, just a bunch of rhetoric and granny news. Buffett's views on the pandemic is kind of interesting. And he sees that small companies took the biggest shot in the arm and big companies actually profited from it. So it's going to be interesting as to what goes on in the local communities. And then that's about it. So payrolls rise. And you can see we're down 375, and why that's important is, I'm just trying to grab the chart. Here's the daily, and this is the daily future, which the daily future also has that doji, and then it already broke the doji this morning. But I think looking at the S&P is better. It takes out the morning trades. So if we open up down 3, we're opening up at 88. So if we break the low, we break the low of 87.04, which is about 4 or 5 points from the close, then that triggers this daily inflection divergence that we've been talking about for the past week and a half. And I've been expecting for the past week and a half, which goes to show you that the markets can stay irrational longer than an investor can stay illiquid. And that's why we use stop losses, because we don't want to compound our loss. But right here is the high is a high, a pivot high, and you can see the high on the momentum, and then we go even higher, but the momentum isn't keeping up, creating that divergence, just showing that there's not as much strength in here. And what's happening is we're getting a light volume market because it's summer, and it's very easy to float that market up on buying. And then when it becomes volatile and vulnerable, some big institutions or major players will take profits or go for a short, and you can see a rapid decline. So if that triggers today, we can expect it to, at the very least, go into consolidation. or at the most have a few trending downward days. I wouldn't be too disappointed to see it hit the 23% retrace. Let's open this up. I fibbed off of this pivot low right here, and a 23% retrace would be fine. Maybe making a double top down the road, you know, in a week or so. Ultimately, throughout the summer, we may see that 42.32. That'd be a nice, healthy market, if you ask me. You know, trading, consolidating, retracing throughout the summer. By the end of the summer, we hit that 50%, and then we can move up in the winter. That would be nice and calm. I mean, it could happen a lot quicker, and that's a lot of volatility, which there's plenty of opportunity for directional trades, but as far as investment goes, it scares a lot of people and shakes them out. So a nice easy market through the summer with a nice simple retrace, creating buying opportunity into the fall. That would be a nice healthy market. A volatile retrace, that'd be a nice trading market. Hey, Miss Kerry, good morning. Glad to see you. Thanks for joining me. So that's it in a nutshell. You know, that's what we're looking at. AMC's up 70 cents, no big deal. Here's the daily right here on AMC. Nothing's really changed from last night. Just a quiet market. Here's Bitcoin, looking kind of weak if you ask me. You know, and I think, I mean, obviously countries have started to ban the use of Bitcoin, but, or at least one did. I think I read Mexico did. But what's interesting is there's some language out there now of the banning because of the use in the cyber attacks. So it's just really demonstrating itself that it could be the currency of the underworld. So, you know, governments will lobby on that to offset or promote the banning of the currency. I mean, my opinion is that's just the excuse. The reality is they don't want the competition on their currency, especially the U.S., whose currency is currently the currency of national trade, international trade. You know, they don't want. They're already competing with China for that slot. They don't want to compete with another currency. So, I think you're going to see some moves to inhibit this currency. My personal opinion. I mean, while it's out there, it's still a good trading vehicle, but I mean, I don't know about the sustainability of it. I mean, governments don't really want to free their people, and a currency they can't control would give people freedom. So that's my view on that. Yet, you know what? The other meme stocks, I'm just so bored. So unless you want to hear about them, if you don't ask me about them, I'm not going to go over them. They just seem like a lesson in futility. AMC I'll check out because there's so much hype and interest in it. And I'm kind of interested too, you know, because you have this Davy and Goliath kind of battle going on, where Davy being the retail trader, Goliath being the institutional traders. I just think in this one, Goliath is going to triumph. So that's about it. Bonds are up, contrary to my belief in their move. But my bond trade, which I use TBT to short the bonds long term, is a long term trade. So I'm not so much worried about that. Virgin Galactic, man, look at that. Yo, I took half my position off at about 58, maybe low 58s, high 57s, like 3 days ago. Look at it. It's at 44 again. You got to love that. I got to sit down and do some homework on that tonight and see where I'm going to re-enter that half. I mean, this is a long-term position. I'm not trading it, but it just seemed like it moved so much. It would be silly for it not to retrace. So I took half off and just locked that in. Viacom. That had a good move and then gave back a little bit. I'm looking for about 64 on that. Fundamentally, I think that's a good value. Verizon, VZ. If you're looking at the little market analyzer square, that's a really nice dividend-paying stock, and it just grinds its way up year after year. So if you're going to own a position, I like Verizon. I mean, they're around. They've been around forever. They're going to be around forever. They're pretty smart. They move from industry to industry, and yet understand how to build their business. I mean, just from a telephone company to now cellular and content, video content and things like that. So, that's a good long-term investment for me. And again, I like to chase high dividend. That pays a really nice dividend. And then I have Exxon up there, which I like that company. Great dividend. Pretty stable. I mean, once in a while it gets rocked, but every time it gets rocked, I just buy more. And then there's TBT. There she be, TBT. Just mulling around. It was at 22. About 22 maybe a month or two ago. Traded back down to 18. But as interest rates rise, bond prices drop, TBT is a short on bonds. So I think slowly the Feds are going to start tapering off over the next 5 or 6 years, and TBT will just grind its way up. That is Dave's view on the macro or micro economy. So the big thing today is to just watch. Oh, look at the market, 475. What did we say that low of yesterday was? The low from yesterday, 87.04, and the close was 91.80. Oh, that's it. We're testing the low from yesterday if we open right here. And now we just broke the low from yesterday if we open right here. Which creates a reversal doji, right? If we open right here and push down, creates a reversal doji. And triggers this bearish divergence on the daily. Let's take a peek at what the weeklies look like. Oh, crazy divergence on the weeklies. But that would have to happen, and this is a shooting star also, and that would have to happen at the end of the week. I mean, that's, next week we would have to break that low or the low of this week, and then it'll carry down. But just keep in mind, as I explain throughout the trading day, that the longer the time frame on your chart, the longer the move in the trade. So if the weekly breaks, that's a good indication that this is going to have a pretty decent move. And I'd say you could probably see that 42.31 if that weekly breaks. I mean, based on some of these bars, you could probably see that pretty quickly. I would hate to see that. I'd rather see a slow grind down, but that would be your target. This is interesting too. Like the Fibonacci is way, not the Fibonacci, the Ikimoto cloud is way down here. Just kind of makes you feel as though the market is really overvalued. So it needs to really consolidate. It doesn't have to tank, but it needs to really consolidate for a little while, just to gain some good value. Yeah, we're going to have to watch this bad boy. Stay agile. I mean, with that break, it could be an exciting day. So I hope all you early risers had a good night's sleep. I was out like a light, although it was very still last night. It didn't really rock. At least when I went to bed and when I woke up, it was very still. It's very still right now. Actually, the heat index was like 96. Which that bee's hot. But I did get out, get some exercise in, did a little kayaking, even ran to the gym. I was sitting in the coffee shop. I had after the gym, I had run to the coffee shop, and they opened up good and early. And while going to the shop, I noticed that they got all the flags out for 4th of July, and the food stands were going up, and they had erected those small amusement park rides, and I'm a little weird, and I talk to myself a lot. I get lost in thought, and I really can get so lost in thought that I forget where I am, and it's just part of my pathology. And I talk out loud, and my children and my wife really find it amusing, because I could be in the car and I can end up in a conversation all by myself. So anyway, I'm sitting there having breakfast, and I'm thinking about these rides that I'm watching, or I saw that they put together, man. And they invoke fear in the hearts of young parents when you look at these things. And all I was thinking was child maiming, and I said that out loud. And for 10 minutes, the table next to me was just staring at me, and they had some children around them too. So I thought it was best I finish my breakfast and leave. But here I am, and I don't look like the locals. I look, I guess, kind of city-ish, a little like a cross between rustic and city. And I'm sitting there all by myself, blurting out child maiming, just not a good look on an elderly man, elderly stranger. So that was my breakfast. So in an otherwise very friendly town, I felt shunned. Oh, look at that. ES, trading off. Yeah, looks like we're going to do that. Oh, look, I got another like. Somebody liked my story. Like me up, like me up. It's good folks in this neighborhood. It's big farming community. So, not very large income. I guess middle to lower middle class. But all the children are well raised, well mannered. All the farms are so well groomed, There's just this sense of personal pride that goes into everything around here. And just a great environment. And it's funny because when I'm up north in the mountains, I'm in relatively the same income level environment, but entirely different manner of pride and ownership. Like you could find a lot of dilapidated farms and heavy trash, out all over the place, and this overall lower sense of pride and ownership, which is a shame, because my grandparents grew up during the Depression, and they said, you don't have to be rich to be proud, and that was their kind of position. So I find it very interesting, just the difference in culture. But you know what? I think the South has just really good manners. As a northerner, although if you go, really north, and when I say north, I'm talking like North New York. But if you go further north into the northern states, you get that same kind of culture. Or in my experience, except it's cold, and it doesn't attract me. I'm a delicate flower. Hey John, how you doing? Oh, I lost a like. What's up? Welcome all. All right, we got 10 minutes to go for the market open, and we're down 5.25. So we're going to trigger if we open here. We're going to trigger that that doji and that divergence. What we have to watch for is if it's a head fake and we end up trading back up. But so that's why. Oh, cool! Thanks for the likes. That's why we use our stops, and we'll look for an entry on a lower time frame. But we're going to use our stops and manage a trade on the lower time frames. But if we break that, we could look for that 68. I mean, we did move 20 points, so we could end up down around the 70s, maybe even test yesterday's low. That would be interesting. Well, the stream's holding up, but that's usually the case before the market open, right? Oh, down 6. She's accelerating. What do we got over here? Microsoft is down in the pre-market, just half a buck. Apple's down 16 cents. Amazon's down $3. Tesla's down $1.50. All right, it's not bloody. Not bloody. Might be a head fake. Still got 10 minutes to. Oh, we got 7 minutes to the open. So how's this stream sound? Is my audio good? You guys out there want to give me a little feedback? I'm assuming you got a little sound in the background because I am sitting here pumping the AC. I have thermal curtains on my port lights. So if I draw the curtains, it blocks the sun and the heat, and it goes a long way to keeping this place cool. Between the sun beating down on the cabin top And coming in through the port lights, this place could become an oven. Thanks, John. So Friday we're gonna pull a half day. I'm gonna see if I could do a quick checkout on my boat. It's gonna rain Friday, but I want to sail over to another community where they're having a little activity for 4th of July. And not being on the boat for the past week, 4 minutes to open. Yeah, you know, I don't want to just jump in and start sailing. I want to be able to check the lines and check the engine, make sure none of the hoses are leaking. And I actually enjoy it. I like working on the boat, which is funny because I can't stand working on the house. I'm not too crazy working on my truck, but I always do my own work on my truck. But I love working on boats. I like glassing them. I like painting them. I like doing the mechanics, customizing them. It's really interesting. I actually picked up this boat, got it dirt cheap. Hey Anthony, wow, you're up early. 9:27. I had delusions of grandeur, and I was going to buy a big old boat and start sailing. But I had an opportunity to grab this one, and it was dirt cheap. And I figured, okay, this is my first experience sailing. I've been on the water my whole life. I used to live in the World Financial Center on a big old trawler, but this is my first sailing experience. And just sailing south, on this little boat, I realized I would have lost a finger if I had a bigger boat, because I really had no concept. I did some sailing around the Hudson on smaller boats, but I really didn't have a good concept of what the load was like on the sheets and on the sails and everything. So it was a good move that I went conservative. But I stripped the boat down and I rebuilt it to make it absolutely seaworthy. So this little old boat is like a tank right now, and bone dry. My bilges, everything, are bone dry, and it was just really interesting. Yeah, you know, studying marine architecture and figuring out how to reinforce everything and things like that. So it's a well-made boat, you know, by its nature, but now it's just a great tank. But I think I might need 10 more feet, especially if I keep streaming like this. I'm going to need 10 more feet. So what I'd like to do actually is I'm going to hold a raffle, and I'm going to have some people write to me and tell me why they should have this boat, because you fall in love with your boat. I mean, it's not like an inanimate object. It develops a soul and becomes a part of you, and you can't help but refer to her as she, and I think about it all the time, and like it's alive. So I want to make sure that she goes to a good home, so I figured I'd have people write a little story about why they should have the boat and what they intend on doing with the boat, because she's not built to just sit at a marina or, you know, just do a weekend sail. She's built to explore. And then I would just give the winner of that little competition the boat. Yeah, I've heard of silent yachts. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's ready for that yet. You don't get the range and the power, and sometimes you need that. But I've seen a lot of boats that have converted to electric. But those sailors are pretty skilled. Like they could sail into a marina and dock a boat. And you need to have that kind of skill if you give up your engine. I mean, it's an excellent concept because it's just so toxic to the oceans running, internal combustion engines. So that's it. Party started. Let's pop over to the SPX. And we didn't break the bottom, which is cool. Here's the daily, but we are setting up a pretty good chart for it. But again, the divergence will trigger if we break the low of 87.04. So, yeah, we can keep an eye on that. But this is just a bullish market. I mean, even the fears of inflation seem to have shaken off. Yeah, they come with a diesel generator. Yeah, and solar power, you could charge your batteries. So I mean, if you're a handy sailor, I think it makes sense. But somebody with my skill set, it's not really a good idea. And I'm really not smart enough to keep myself out of danger. So I got to stack the odds in my favor. Oh, we're getting a little aggressive here, kids. So that yellow line is the opening range low from yesterday. I don't think I'm going to make that move, but breaking that 87.04, I'm going to look to take that. Could whip back at me, but everything's looking kind of negative. Negativo. And we got the composite down today. We got the Russell down. We got the SPX down. Oh, why did I reduce that screen? There we go. Come out wherever you are. Oh, look at that retrace, huh? That bounce off of yesterday's opening range low. Oh, grab my microphone to take a sip. Looking for my coffee. No, I haven't crossed the Atlantic yet. I'm really waiting for Elon to get the satellites going because yeah, I mean, I trade every day, and um, I mean, I am in touch with the world, so I have to be responsible. I owe some things to some people, at least my attention. So I've been waiting for that. I've gone down the coast of the U.S. But yeah, I intend on cutting across. Um, well, I don't know. I think I might cut through the Panama and then just conquer the Pacific before I cross the Atlantic. That's interesting. I've never seen that. Wow, look at this, huh? Look at this market bouncing back and forth here. Testing the lows, rallying back. Looks like it just closed the gap from yesterday. From yesterday's close to today's open. Trying to figure out which way it's going to go. It may be just an uneventful day. We may get this inside bar and really nothing to do. Yeah, the locks are cool. Actually, going up the ICW, you get to hit a whole bunch of locks. And I mean, if you read the blogs and listen to everybody, people carry on about them and make you so nervous. It's really nothing, man. It's a pleasure. It's cool to see the engineering, be a part of it, and everything. But as far as managing it, I mean, I'm single hand. I sail alone most of the time, and I was able to handle my boat no problem. Tying it off and just managing the boat. You have to have a little forethought, but really easily manageable. The locks, very interesting too. Oh, we're going to break the high. Actually, this is yesterday's open. We're going to break. I'm going to dare say, there we go, we broke yesterday's open. The reason I'm not running into this is because we're breaking, but we're going into this bar. So, you're going to have a bunch of resistance through here to fight and everything. So where's this thing going to really go? I would imagine that it gets choppy in here. If it breaks that 300, then I'm taking the ride to the next high. But trading inside this bar is not too encouraging to me. I mean, this looks like a crazy move, but it's only 5 points. That's 2.5 points on my contract. I'm not really worried about missing that move. So I like breaks. Like if it breaks this low, then the next risk I have is 84 from the 86, and then I'll probably come down and test that right there. So see, this is what I'm worried about. Like if I took that break, I'd have my stop down here, bang, I'd get knocked out. So I don't want to get involved with all that choppiness. I'm looking for a good trade. Be a good predator. Looks like a double top is forming right here. On the sicky ticky. Oh, and we broke to the upside. Oh yeah, man, this market is just resilient. Resilient. I only have 2 feet, bro. Regular guy, 2 arms, 2 legs. No, I'm kidding. I'm 32 overall. I didn't do enough homework on Tesla. It looks like Tesla might be the one to trade today. Behind the curve on that. That's yesterday's opening range high that we're testing right now. Hey, you know what? When I got into aviation, I bought a beautiful airplane, loaded out, totally decked out, and we get up at altitude. I'd set all the controls, and I'd chill out with the family, and we'd wrap, and have a really nice time and fly to our destination. And it was cool. I mean, it was good living, and I'm not complaining. But I bought a tail dragger, an old tail dragger, and I flew that. It was open cockpit, high wing, and that was like the first time I really flew a plane, the old time plane. So taking away all the technology and the pomp and circumstance, probably one of the best times I had flying, or the best vehicle I had. I mean, the airplane, my plane was a great plane, and it was good for long distance, and it was comfortable, and it was practical. But as far as being a part of the experience, the more primitive, the better. So that was a mistake I wasn't going to make when I started sailing. I mean, I have nothing to prove, so I don't need to, be in something that is meant to impress everybody. I like, I just like to enjoy myself, and I have found that the more simple things are around me, the more I tend to enjoy them. I'm not on a 100-foot yacht. And actually, you know what? 50-footer is the biggest I've ever owned, and that was plenty of space. And I lived on that with my girlfriend, who is, now my baby mama, and a Nikita. So plenty of room in Manhattan on a 50-footer. So I don't need a 100-foot super. I don't even like the vibe that it throws off, I mean, I'm past that, I guess. Or it's just not what my life is about. But like the older, simpler yachts, just practical, some heavy woods. Ugh, I love that. And when I say yacht, I mean, I don't think I would go bigger than maybe a 42-footer. Sailing boat, but for what I intend on doing, that's a little too much boat for me to handle. So like 32, 34 is really the right size. The boat I'm on now is shallow keeled, and not really outfitted for the higher latitudes. So, but this is great for gunk holing, they call it. Like, I could go up creeks that most sailboats can't, and it's a relatively stable boat. But I could, I could explore areas that most sailboats can't. And I'm not the kind of guy to go to the trendy spot and drop anchor and be a part of the Caribbean community or the Keys and stuff like that. I want my neighbor to be alligators. Yeah, that's cool, man. The fully staffed yachts and stuff, and I applaud those people. But for me, it's a connection of nature, and you're just too removed. I mean, if I want that decadence, I mean, I can go back to my old life and go live with my girlfriend and my children, and be pampered. But it just removes me from what I feel is real, and that's nature, and and you know, just being a good animal. And I missed that for a lot of years. I had a ball building my firm and and being in business. I had a really great time. I have tons of great stories, but I think that I feel more whole now than I ever did. And yeah, you know, that's just, I don't know if you want to call me a hippie or a recluse, but yeah, the big boats draft low. Um, but yeah, you know what? I think everybody should have both ends of the spectrum. I mean, I applaud everybody. And when you're younger, you know, and coming up through the world, it's good to, you know, have lofty goals and try to achieve that. But in the end, um, I think that your sanity and your mental health is better served by the simplicity of life. And when people get comfortable with that, they're not struggling anymore because I feel that the world provides, the universe provides everything you need. So we're chopping back and forth, and I'm not making any aggressive moves. Um, this ticker, I've been watching this 10 ticker, and it actually developed like a sort of a head and shoulders, which gives you good entry. But I still fear that the follow through is not going to be what I would like. So the moves are going to be small and choppy because of the market climate, and I'm just a wee bit apprehensive about taking positions. So again, I'm still watching and deciding on whether I do it. So this is the kind of market arrogance you could have when you're using like spread trading and things like that to have a consistent income. So I'm not eager and I'm not desperate to make money today, and that's important because your decisions are skewed when you're trying to make money. So yeah, you know, I'll have this arrogance and I'll just sit back and I'll just wait for a market and a trade that I feel the probabilities are really in my favor. So I haven't quite seen it yet. And you know, I have this bias about the market because of the reports out there and it being summer. So you know, I'm even more conservative than normal. So if you're looking for excitement, hey, you've come to the wrong place. So my venture into aviation, I actually first qualified as a private pilot with a helicopter license, um, which it was pretty cool. And I was flying those Robinsons, and they're really nice little helicopters, but it's kind of like flying a Volkswagen. You know, they're just tiny, these tiny little bubbles that are in the air. And I purchased one in Fort Lauderdale, and I went island hopping down the chain to Trinidad, where I actually sold it to a a school down there, a helicopter school down there. And that was pretty cool. But that trip is what convinced me to get my fixed wing because it's just so much labor to go on a long trip on a helicopter. A lot of fun, yeah, you know, local, but just a lot of labor. So AMC, it's tanking. It's down a buck, man. Um, but anyway, I mean, you see this daily momentum is just fading off, right? So basically, that's just the buying fading off. So yeah, you know, regrettably, that is the theory or the concept. You know, we're going to buy this to push out the shorts. Well, doesn't seem like the buying is there, and I think people are going to start growing disenchanted with it. I mean, that's a bad video to make, but May very well be the case. You know, you got this little trend line. I don't really know how good it is. The reality is that you're in a kind of pennant, but the pennant is dragging out. I mean, this could have been the actual pennant. It's just so erratic. It's hard to get a good fix on it. I mean, that high is pretty good. Tanking, man, it's tanking. You could fill that gap. It's not a big gap. I mean, you know what? I don't, at this point, I wouldn't even say it could just be a gap fill. I think at this point, after this consolidation, if it doesn't work out, I don't think the gap is going to stop it. I think that it's not going to work out. You know, and if you look at the cloud, right? The cloud still hasn't moved up. This is like generally the average price that people own it at. So, you know, it's still owned at $11. You know what I mean? You want to see this cloud come up and create support for this. And it's not even coming up. So that's a lot of vulnerability in my view. And I'm not the only one looking at that. So we shall see. There might be maybe an angel investor for this idea and throw a ton of, maybe Elon will get involved and push that baby up. He'll tweet, Tesla now buying AMC. See, we're look, this is like choppy moves, would have knocked me out. So I'm not encouraged to take anything on the S&P right now. What's Amazon doing? Let's look at some real trading situations. Oh! Nice strong bar. Look at that, 30-point move, man. I really have to pay attention more. Nah, there was really no. You know what? That break of the high, 44. And then that would have chopped around. Who knows if you would have gotten in on that bar. Yeah, I think they are. Yeah, following SEC lawsuit. Yeah. Well, SEC won't sue. It'll be an SEC investigation. But yeah, I think they are a little overly optimistic. You need to be objective and pragmatic, and you know, I mean, you're talking about neophytes. So this is a 2-point move if you're looking at my crosshairs, but look at the choppiness of that move. I mean, it'll just knock you out left and right. So I'm just not looking for those trades. The Russell seems to have made a bottom. Looks like it might be doing a trend reversal. Can't really tell what the NASDAQ is looking to do. S&P, I think we're just going to consolidate around here for the day. The SEC doesn't like him. Well, they're trying to figure out if he's cutting deals or what have you. You know, I mean, I'm trying to get those tweets about Bitcoin too. I mean, this guy could be shaking hands all around the you know, community saying, hey, you know, trading favors. I'm going to tweet out about Bitcoin and you know, helping people make money. You know, I mean, it's not unheard of. And I'm a big Elon fan. Yeah, I mean, I just can't figure why he's so preoccupied with all of this when he has companies to run. So I just got to figure that he's using that somehow. I mean, he could be buying political favor. I mean, politicians could be in Bitcoin, and he could be doing the tweets. And I mean, if you don't think that deals are cut, then I don't think you know your local government. So if you're hanging out with us and listening to my banter and not doing any trading with me, hit the subscribe and hit the bell and hit the like, because I promise you, eventually, we will trade together. It's just, I don't go after 5-point moves. I mean, it's just not making sense to me. And we've already put in, and we're actually in yesterday's trading range. So if you look at these bars, these yellow support and resistance, this is yesterday's opening range that we're kind of locked into right now. And now I'm just going to adjust them to be today's trading range, which we know is a little outside of yesterday's trading range. And we may just stay grinding in here for the rest of the day. I mean, we may stay grinding in here for the rest of the week until we get those reports out. But 87 to 94, you're talking about 3 and 4 is 7. I mean, a 7-point range. If we break that low, that would be a good trade. I mean, we're breaking yesterday's low, and that should have some legs on it. So hopefully we come down, test that low a couple of times, and gives us a good opportunity to take the break, which I'm going to look at that trade. Well, let me tell you something, man. When you're in that environment and kind of isolated from the world by your wealth and your power, you get weird. It's a really strange phenomenon. What comes with that. You have to figure that everybody around you does exactly what you say. And then you have a lot of people around you who will just laugh because of who you are, not because of what you said. Or they're your buddies because of who you are, and not because of, or because of your title, but not because of the individual you are. And it really can mess with your head, make you lose sight of what's real. So you tend to get a little weird in that environment. And you don't realize it until you actually remove yourself from that, or you start sitting back and looking at it, and then it makes you question the people around you, because you can see through the fake laughs, and that can make a person very uncomfortable. And then you kind of question, you realize the difference between friends and acquaintances, pretty clear, and when you don't, it's really just not healthy. And then if you have the wrong view, you can get very negative on people and just think that everybody wants something from you. So everybody says they want to be rich, and everybody wants power, and everybody thinks that they'll be perfectly happy. But it's a very, very uncomfortable situation. And you'll find most of those people are visiting shrinks and on antidepressants and or doing really weird things. Yeah, You know what? I don't know if it's horrible because you're also surrounded by a lot of really good stuff, a lot of really good toys, a lot of really good adventures, a lot of really good stories. I guess it depends on how you use it, you know. But yeah, you know, that's kind of speaks to the point of what I was saying before, by what is actually real and what can be bought and sold. So you know, I mean, you see these people on these glorious yachts, and no doubt those are great weekends. But that's what they are, great weekends. You know, as far as a great way of life, I don't know if I'd argue that so much. And then sometimes you find that people you thought um, were close with you or your friends, when you have nothing to offer them, you never hear from them. You know, and yeah, you know, for some people that could be heartbreaking. And then there are people you find along the way that no matter what the circumstance, you always hear from them. So I'm sure they're making some really good friends, but yet, you know, you meet a lot of people who just want to take advantage of you. And yet, you know, I mean, I don't think you should ever cry for a man who owns his own airplane, but you know, I mean, I guess everything's a trade-off. Everything's a give and take. But a lot of people don't see that. So, yeah, you know, I'm not pitching that it's horrible to get rich. So you go and get rich, but don't lose sight of Anthony. Don't lose sight of what's real and what really matters. You know, once you start having that me personality, or me concept, you're definitely off the path. Time to tend to your soul garden. Yeah, well, you know what? It's not even Anthony's asking where are those people when you fall off your horse. I mean, it's not even a matter of falling off your horse. It's a matter of you know, if you decide you know that you know you're going to do something different and not be there to service people, or you know people can't make a buck off of you. You know, then you find out who you're you know who the people who really cared about you are. You know. But and then again, there are personalities that could see right through that. You know, while they're in that world, they could see right through all that, and they don't get hurt. But you know, this is what I feel Alon is dealing with, which is what makes him weird. But the guy's brilliant, man. I mean, and weirdness comes along with brilliance. You know, some people can contain it, like Buffett. I mean, that guy is brilliant, but keeps his weirdness to himself. But then again, he's 90 years old. I mean, his experience gives him so much wisdom that he knows how to contain it. And he once said something years ago that kind of helped me in business, which was you could always tell the guy you hate him tomorrow. So it took a lot of my emotion out of doing business, realizing that I didn't have to make things personal and things like that, and to just sit back and you know be professional, um, which was very interesting. So you know, a lot of people don't want to do business with other people because they don't like them or what have you. But when it comes to business, it's business. You know, that's what he's saying. When it comes to business, just it's business. You could always tell the guy tomorrow that you hate him. Just take care of business. Yeah, good. It doesn't matter if you're 32 or not. Good friends are hard to come by. There's a group of friends which are they're like my brothers, and there's 9 of us, and we've known each other since we're I guess 12, and we grew up together, and had all sorts of adventures together, and watched us all raise our children together, and their children all refer to me as uncle, and my children the same with them, and I mean those are like truly my friends, and you know they're comfortable with my eccentricities, and were never begrudging my life, and some of them are very successful, and some of them are just very simple blue collar. But I'd say all of them are very happy with their choices, and yet those are your friends, and yet they've never asked for anything, and yet when I was going through trying times building my business, yet they'd show up and drag me out of the office because they know that I was just engrossed in what I was doing, and just get me bombed for days and clear my head. And a lot of my success I owe to that, because they just mellowed me out and got me thinking straight, and I fixed whatever problems arose, and continued on my march. So good friends are hard to come by, but you keep them close, and you got to value that. I mean, some people aren't as fortunate as I was to make friends like that, so they don't have that to fall back on. But that's important, and it's important to be a good friend too. Going to be a life coach, isn't it all the same, man? Isn't it just one big song? This, learning to think and live and earn. It's all about being a life coach, right? Should I give Tony Robbins a run for his money? Mm-hmm. What's up, Hayachi? What's up? Nothing's up, man. Everything's down today. What do you got? Oh, you know what? Amazon's up and Tesla's up. That's about it. Oh, no. Apple's up. What am I saying? Microsoft's down. Energy's up. Futures are down. Very mixed market. That's how it looks like it's going to be. It's just, and look, we've just entered this chop. While I was pontificating, the market just went into a consolidation. It's just chopping back and forth. Really, all my free folk, you are dismissed. There is no market action today. I'm confident of it. We have the oil report out today, and I bet that all the traders are just looking at that for a trade, and the markets are just going to consolidate. Let's see if the AMC people are having any luck today. Gink. Yeah, it's really not doing anything. Close the opening gap, but that's about it. That's a pretty indecisive 30-minute bar right there, although the momentum looks rather negative. Yep, end of the month usually slows down. But really, I think the biggest influence on the market this week is the non-farm payroll report, Kerry. And I think that, historically, I've always seen the market like die before the non-farm payroll. Usually it happens around Wednesday, but this week it happened a little earlier. And I would probably equate that to the fact that it's also a holiday weekend. Historically, I find that this is just a choppy, boring week without making the money. I don't know if I got to give you a special or the speech, and I'm a little uncomfortable with the term "give them the special," given my travel experience. But I'll go with the speech. The speech is the market's not about hype. It's not about hype. It's not about gambling. It's about consistent profits. All right, a steady increasing equity curve, and you do that with price action trading and good risk management. And it's how it's been done for 100 years, or at least as long as technical trading, which is probably about 30 or 40 years old. And it's how every professional does it. So basically what I show you are the setups that are used industry-wide time and time again by professionals. And the reason they work is everybody's looking at the same thing. So when a setup triggers, you get the buying momentum or the selling momentum, and you end up making money. It's very simple. And additionally, there are times when you don't trade, which this is a market you don't trade. So the setups I teach you, Hayachi, you could use in any market, on any class, on any time frame, whether you want to swing trade, day trade, or learn long-term trade. I mean, it's all about price action. And there's no silver bullets and magic indicators and all that rhetoric that people pump to get you to spend your money. I mean, I simply use MACD and Fibonacci, and really that's about it. And my entries are based on price entry, price action. No indicators tell me when to enter, but an indicator will support my price action. So if I'm looking to go long, I want to see my momentum bullish, and short, obviously, my momentum bearish. And we use options, you know, at the money options, closest expiration date, take pieces. But this is just the vehicle I use. You could use the same setups on equities and trade equities. You could trade it futures. You could trade currencies. It doesn't matter. I mean, you know, it applies to every market. It's basically what every professional trader does. This hype about short squeezes and stuff, I mean, it's really no way to make a living. You can make a score, but yeah, you don't make a living. So if you do set up a good trading account with your profits from AMC, I would advise that you hop over here, check out what I'm doing, and learn how to manage that money properly so you have consistent income. In addition to directional trades, I do income trading, like spread trades and stuff like that, which I don't really have the time yet, but I'm trying to put together a series of videos to teach everybody how to do it properly so they don't blow themselves up. So the more subs I get, the more likely I'll be able to hit those goals. So subscribe and hit the bell so that you know when I drop stuff, and hit the like because I really want to be liked. And spread the word too, if you got a friend or two. And any questions, man, I'm happy to answer them. Just lay them out, and I'll do the best I can. And if I don't know the answer, I'll make up a really good one. But no, you could rely on what I have to say. The ape movement's been insane, brought me here. I want to aim for longevity and confidence, which I'm not getting in the meme stock community. Yeah, that's not professional trading, man. That's hype. It's hype. You know, I mean, it's a trade because there's momentum. When there's momentum, there's a trade. It's that simple. But the entry would be important. You don't enter because it's getting hyped up. You look for the right entry based on technicals, and that's where you enter, and you take advantage of the momentum. Really what's going on in the meme thing is they're promoting the stock, and it could work if everybody got behind it and squeeze out the shorts. But what they don't realize is that the shorts are professional traders. They consider a certain amount of risk. They're not getting crushed or harmed. Either their idea works or their idea doesn't work. And if it doesn't work, they take their loss, they move on to the next idea. Net, they're going to make money. You know, if it's not on AMC, it's on something else. So it's more of an emotional adventure for the average novice than it is for the professionals. Hey, good morning, Ditter. All right, cool. I'm glad you have one or two friends. So, yeah, it's not how you make a living. And, you know, short squeezes are done by professionals too. Like a professional brokerage firm or our hedge fund sees another hedge fund shorting a stock, but they know that they have more buying power than the hedge fund doing the short. They might put the squeeze on guys. This is nothing new. This happens all the time in the industry. And the reason I can talk is I was in the industry for 25 years before I retired. And just decided to live off the grid. So you're getting some insight from experience. So anyway, yeah, man, if you made bank and you put away some cash to set up a trading account, preserve that cash. The first thing you got to learn is this business is about risk management and preservation of capital. That's your number one priority. Your second priority is executing trades and being disciplined with your rules. Your third priority is making money. If you could get good with that, then you'll have a very profitable career. The other thing I like to tell everybody is don't over-expect or overestimate what you're going to do in your first year, and don't underestimate what your capabilities are over 5 years. And when we see a decent market, I'll show you the setups that I use. And right now we're looking, I mean, it's midday and you're looking for a midday reversal, but all we're really doing is trading in the opening range, which, you know, is, what do we say, 94 to 87. So you're looking at 7 points, which is nothing. It's nothing to get involved with. Not a bad range to break out of, but I don't know if we're going to have any breakouts based on all the factors surrounding the market right now. Yeah, that's cool. Not really my style of trading, Mr. Ditter. You know, I like high probabilities. That's what I put my money on. But it'll be fun to watch it with you. Oh, here we go, testing the opening range high. I mean, even if we break it, it's going to be choppy, I'm certain, and hard to manage the trade. So I'm not going to risk it. I think you're going to see another day of Dave sitting on his hands. But if you're new to the channel, this is my commercial break. Take a moment and hit the subscribe and hit the bell so that you know when I drop training videos or my end of the day wrap up. And hit the like, because everybody wants to be liked. And YouTube looks pretty favorably on that and helps me promote the channel. Well, day trading, you could use options. You could use options for a swing trade. It's just they deteriorate with time. So, you know, you're fighting two causes. But, yeah, you know, if you're good at picking your entries, options are very effective for swing trades. Yeah, you bet, Mr. Ditter, and I appreciate you getting the word out and the support you've shown for the channel. Oh, up in Maine, I love Maine. I used to fly into Mount Desert and get some lobsters. And that beautiful park there, I can't think of the name right now, but that beautiful national park. Good people up in Maine. Anthony. That's rough. He's losing money and you laugh. That's rough, man. I don't want anybody to lose money. This is a good place to do paper trading. Hopefully Matt makes a lot of money, smartens up, and then listens to my stream to learn how to trade. Ugh. Acadia, yeah, that's the park, man. What a beautiful park. Yeah, Maine's a good place, and they're all about the blueberries up in Mount Desert Island. Yeah, are you new to the state, or you just love the state, Hayachi? And look, we're back up at the opening range high, and we're testing it, but you can see the momentum seems like it's fading off. Ooh, but look at that strong bar on the 60-minute. Oh, there's the break. I would like to see the 60-minute close here. And then you could take that break. You probably pick up about 6 points and test the high. Yeah, cool, man. We'll teach you some solid rules. Hey, basically, you could make a living on three trades: the morning breakout, a midday reversal, and an afternoon breakout. And you don't even need that. I mean, yeah, you know, the guys who traded alongside me can attest to like 1 or 2 trades will be maybe $7,000 to $9,000 payoff, and we're in the trades for less than 10 minutes. And it depends on the size you're comfortable with, and you could just increase your size. But I usually take the setups with units of 3, and then at each target I'll take off a third, and then maybe leave a third to run. But if you stick around, you'll be a part of it. I don't think you're going to see much this week, but we'll talk about it, and we might take some trades. Anthony does pretty well, and likes to talk about his trades, so you'll get to see what's going on. Yep, you can ask me anything. I don't even mind looking at stocks you're holding. Actually, I kind of like it. We need the content too, because today's just going to be boring as far as trading. But it's about chart reading, man. It's not about hype. So look at this 30-minute chart, and that really indecisive bar we have there. And that's the first 30 minutes. And we broke the high of that bar, and we should be running. Because of the nature of the market, we're not. That's a nice 30-minute bar. It's got some strength. 60-minute looks relatively the same, has some strength. It's got a little tail to the downside and pushed up. But it looks like it's building a divergence here on the Mac Daddy. So we're going to have to just watch that. I think we might test the high today. And again, just as a reminder, we're watching this daily reversal doji. And, if later today we get a break of the low of 87.04, that's going to trigger either a consolidation or a reversal. But even in a consolidation, I think we'll still end up testing that 268.91. So that, there's some money to be made there. That could be a decent 20-point move. Might be a swing trade, though. I don't think it's going to happen in a day, but I'll just keep playing the downside. I usually talk about gains as far as per contract, because everybody invests differently. And I don't want to coax anybody in investing at the size I'm comfortable with. Some people may be comfortable with a higher size. Some people may be comfortable with a smaller size. So to see $700 a contract is really not uncommon. We went 3 weeks without an unprofitable day. I mean, obviously, there's no guarantees on anything. But the reason we are able to go 3 weeks without an unprofitable day is that we keep our risks low. And that's the key to trading. If your risk to reward is low, you're going to do very well. And we're conservative, and we only take trades that the probabilities are stacked in our favor. So I wouldn't say it's easy to see that performance, but it's more likely that you see that kind of performance. In addition, I do spread trades, more conservative trades that generate revenue just about every day. So I'm not really inclined to chase the market or try to make money, which is a little more. We're making a double top, testing the high and breaking through, and it's not a bad trade because we're breaking the high of the 60-minute, so it should run. But again, I'm not taking them because I just feel that the market is way too choppy. And you know, by the looks of the momentum on the 30 second, it's just the momentum is ugly on the 30 second. It's a bull flag triggering on the 5 minute, and a divergence on the 2 minute. I don't know. I just can't get motivated. I can't get motivated. I'd rather sit here and watch things run, which you can't really call that a run because it's only up a fraction of a point. That's cool, man. That's not super small. That's right where you should be. You know, if you're uncomfortable with what you're trading, then you're not trading right. You know, you trade at a level until you're perfectly comfortable, and then you could go up a little bit, and you trade at that level until you're perfectly comfortable. You know, it's not a casino. This is not a get rich quick kind of program. You know, or industry. Although you do get rich quick. You know, if you look back on it. It's about risk management. That's your priority. So yeah, starting small, that's great, man. That's what you want to do. I mean, you could trade any vehicle you want with my setups. And again, they're not my setups. This is industry standard. So it's price action. You know, there's no magic bullet here. You know, this is what's done all the time by all professionals. You know, it's price action. Everything has price action. Price action is just the movement of the equities and the securities. And when you understand price action, then you add an indicator to it to kind of thin out your entries so that you take better quality entries and you make money. So if you're comfortable trading options, trade options. You're more comfortable trading the equities, trade equities. You could use it with any class in any market. I focus on SPX, but there are guys out there who use this theory on SPY or QQQ or IWM. Actually, I think it's Mr. Dita. He'll rear his head from time to time and Mr. Millions, Mr. Dillon. You know, I believe they use ETFs and trade options on the ETFs. So, hey, there's something for everyone. But yeah, you know, this is what everybody's doing, man. This is what every professional is doing. There's no secret. The reason they use algorithms or computer trading is that they could detect the entry point before I can with my eye, you know, just based on algorithms and you know, and subtle movements. But even the algorithms are using the same setups that I'll be showing you. You know, there are no secrets. There is no inside information that you know, professional traders use. It's just basic price action. You know, when you get into the fundamental investors and the fundamental hedge funds and stuff like that, you know, then that's a whole different art. But this is all technical trading. And we'll talk about fundamental and long-term trading and stuff like that, because you should be building a long-term portfolio along with your trading portfolio. Well, Anthony, if you're asking me that, I'm a wee bit insulted. We got a bull flag on the 2 minute bank. If you took that break, you'd probably go one off right about here. When I say one off, that'd be 1/3 the position you would take off. I didn't take the trade. I mean, you have the composite trading off. The Russell is kind of flat. The Dow's up considerably. But I like to trade when all the markets are doing the same thing. The three trades is the morning breakout, a midday reversal, and then an afternoon breakout. That's really what I look for because that has the most movement. And then, I mean, there are other circumstances where you have a large opening range and you could trade back and forth. But the primary trade, the three primary trades are those three trades. But yet, you know, this is a work in progress for you. You're not going to have or understand everything the first day, so you can just sit back and enjoy, keep asking the questions, and I bet in less than a month you'll be pretty happy with what you're doing on your paper trading account. Then if you have good discipline and consistency paper trading, then you might consider if you're ready to go live. Cool, take notes. I'm here every day, man. And just check out my crudely made Trading 101 videos, and it just gives you a quick breakdown so that you understand, support and resistance, and trend, and consolidation, and expansion, and what pivot points are. And there's more to that. It's just I'm streaming all day, and I just don't have time to keep making videos. But we're gonna work it out. We're gonna work it out, and start doing stuff. And I want to make a little better. I need better charts and stuff like that that I can display instead of searching for the charts while I'm making the two training videos. So I have ideas. I have dreams. So to help me get to that end, man, make sure you subscribe and hit the bell so you know when I drop something, and hit the like because they help promote it. And if you want to support the channel, there's a PayPal link in the description. You could always toss us a buck so that we can get some people to help us out making videos and stuff like that, and ease the burden, improve the content. Look at that nice bull flag. Hey, Tommy, this is actually a bull flag. You could look at it's classic right now. So the entry will be the break of this right here. And the reason I call out Tommy is I recall you talking about flags, which I think we probably drove it home by now. But so 97.39 would be the break, right? And if it breaks, it would fail at the 96.61 where your stop is. It doesn't fail until it triggers. So even if it trades down further now, no big deal. We're still looking for the break of the previous high. I mean, this retrace is conservative. It's not too aggressive, although it could turn aggressive. And it's actually also building a flag on the 5-minute. So if both those flags break simultaneously, that's a real high quality trade, and you could you might stack your largest position in that. I mean, because of the climate of the market right now, I'm backing away. But under normal circumstances, that might be like a 30 contract trade. So now the flag triggers breaking the 97.12 on the 2-minute. The flag on the 5-minute will trigger breaking the 97.45. I would like to see the 2-minute trigger here because it's getting a little long in the tooth. As it gets long in the tooth, the momentum flattens out, loses the energy. The 5-minute still has a bit of momentum in it though. Now I'm not liking the retrace too much on the 2-minute. Doesn't mean it's not going to happen, but kind of turns me off. This is about as far as I'd like to see it retrace. Boo. See, that's the climate of the market, man. Gives you a, look at that. It's a strong run up, beautiful consolidation, and then falls apart. But that's the nature of the market under these circumstances. You know, even on the 5-minute, you have a run up and a flag. Here's a strong run up, a flag, strong run up, nice retrace, and now it's just giving up. Giving it up. So obviously now I'm not looking at this flag anymore. And because we are good predators, nobody lost money. We watched that setup, didn't work out. We'll look for another setup. Yeah, well, Hayayachi, I am streaming from the back of the boat, so the stream is not the best of quality. But that's okay that you keep falling behind because you don't want to take my trades. You just want to learn how I'm trading, and you take your trades. Oh, look at AMC getting a little resilient. Did a half gap fill and then turned around, and like I've discussed before, oh no, it closed the gap actually right here, never mind, my bad, but here it did a half gap fill, but that's all you could really expect out of a gap. You know, sometimes you get a full gap fill, maybe even more, but when you take the trade, you got to figure it for a half gap fill. Maybe if we get a rainy weekend, I'll hang out in the cabin and make another training video. No, we're making another test of that high. And we got a divergence on the 2 minute and the 1 minute. No, but we're breaking the high. High. So we could look at the 5 minute and see that flag. But, I mean, you're just not getting good runs. A little push up, then a retrace, a push up, and a retrace. Just end up chopping me out. Sorry for the silence. I'm just watching the market, trying to see if there's anything of value in it. See, this is not what you want to see on a break of a bull flag. You just want to see it run and keep running. On this pullback below the high, it gives me pause. I'd probably get out of that trade if I took it. Yeah, an out of the money call would be, say, the market is at where it is, 296, and you bought 4,300 call. That would be out of the money. An at the money call would be if you had a call at 42.97, which they go in fives. So where the market is an at the money call. If you buy a call where the market is, an in the money call is a call. If you had a 295 and the market's at 297, you're in the money by $2. So yeah, that's basically it. An in the money call is actually making you money. An out of the money call, well, depending on how you're playing it, I mean, it's not making money on the call. And an at the money call is just getting ready to make money. Then you have the deltas to consider. But you know what? Never mind the money analogy. At the money is just where the market is at the time. In the money means that the market is above your call strike price, and out of the money, the market is below your call strike price. on calls. On puts, it's the opposite. You're in the money when the market is below your strike price. Out of the money when the market's above your strike price. At the money when the market's at your strike price. The short of the long. Glad I can be of help. Woo, it's starting to heat up in here now. Uh-oh, here we go. All right, Looks like the stream is back up. I don't know if you guys are having a hard time keeping me up or not, but must be sunspots. Those are the pains of trading off grid, but luckily none of my trading software or charting software goes down. It seems like the stream has the hardest time. But we're just watching the markets just grind around in consolidation. The oil report came and went, and really nothing happened. Climate of the market hasn't changed. It actually seems like the volume has dropped off. I bet if we look at Amazon, we'll see Amazon all gappy. Yeah, look at that. See these gaps in the 30-minute chart? Just an indication that there's light volume in the markets. All right, cool. Thanks, Tommy. Yeah, it was. I was out at around 6 this morning, and I had heard that the heat index was already at 96. I mean, I'm hidden in the cabin. I've got all the port light curtains drawn. Got the AC pumping. The green highlight. Okay, that's an Ichimoto cloud, which is a free indicator on the platforms, and that really just gives me perspective of what the market's doing. But you could look at it as a support area and an average price of the security or market that you're looking at, and then when it's bullish, this highlights green. When it's bearish, it highlights red. But I just really kind of use it to give me, instead of looking back, it's kind of a quality of life issue. Instead of looking back and figuring what the average cost is going to be, is on the market, this kind of gives me the idea. So right here, you can see there's a red indication here, and this is just saying that the market's looking a little bearish. But then it turned right around. But yeah, you know, mainly I just use it as a support and resistance. And when you're trading around it, you're pretty choppy. When you're pulling away from it, you know, that's where the moves are. And you could, I mean, there's really no. Here's a decent run. So here's a breakthrough, and it just keeps pulling away, and you get a really nice run with a double bottom. And then you know, once you get into it, it's like a choppy area of consolidation, and you don't really want to trade because that's where you get beat up. I don't know what the water temp is. Another break to the high. So just a resilient market, man. I mean, indication after indication that the market should start consolidating, and it just well, you know what? I guess if this is an inside bar, this would be the first day of consolidation, right? Because You have a trend because you have a higher high, higher low. This is a higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, still a higher high and higher low, and still a higher high and higher low, which is really uncommon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 days of trend upward. Really uncommon. So you can expect a consolidation, which may be today. This is an inside bar today, and then tomorrow, we might be able to play this inside bar to the downside. But just no moves that would warrant me taking any risk in the market. Yeah, I mean, you know what? Any indicator's helpful if you're comfortable using it. These are the ones I focus on, but they any indicator that works for you to give you a good quality of life is a good indicator. Again, I don't use any indicators for my entries, like MACD crossovers and things like that, or EMA crossovers. I just use indicators to figure what the momentum is, and and then I'll use them for targets. Like I use Fibonacci for targets. I'll use the cloud when there's a lot of volatility in a market. That cloud is really good for targets. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Pick a few that you're comfortable with, and you can work with those. What I show you will be price action, and then you could see how to work it with your the indicators you're comfortable with, and how they support your bias. It doesn't have to be the indicators I use. And I find less is more. The less I have on the screen, the more I can see the price action, the better my trade quality is. Okay, so has support. Well, yeah, I would call these areas of support, but it's just going to be congestion. So I know that this move is going to consolidate when it hits the cloud, or at least suspect that it is. As far as momentum, I guess you could, if you're talking about downward momentum, yeah, that has good momentum to the downside. So a good opportunity to play a put. Tesla actually has a nice 30-second momentum because you can see here a low, and we made a high and then a higher low, and now the momentum is breaking to a higher high. So you would say that that's bullish, and it's breaking out to the upside above the day's high, which is a good indication. This looks like a little flag right there, but you're not getting any run anywhere. And now you got S&P turning around, so that could drag Tesla down a little bit. Composite looks like it's putting in a little top, so it might turn around. And Russell's down. and Dow's up 110. Everything's just all over the place. So we're just chopping around. We're above the opening range high, but at the most we crawled up 2 points above the opening range high, and we're coming back to retest it, which we tested it here. So this will be our second test of the opening range high. So we're more a consolidating day. I think today's going to end on an inside bar day. Yep, Tesla's breaking out a bit. And the momentum would support that. Yeah, you know, the momentum is still up. But you can't get the support of the markets. So unless everything's rallying, you're not going to get a good rally. So you have to be watching what the markets are doing and where the energy is. I mean, some things could go against the norm, but again, you want to stack probabilities in your favor. And if I see the markets rallying, you know, composites rallying, and I see Tesla doing a breakout, then, you know, odds are that that run is going to be considerable, or something at least worth making money on. But when everything is trending backward and Tesla makes that breakout, then this is what you get, right? So if you took that breakout, you would have put your stop right down here, and it actually whipped back to knock your stop out. And that's what happens when the markets don't have that energy. You just keep getting knocked out of your trades. Yeah, and these are 30-second charts you're looking at. So, yep, they are quick change of events. And then I'll look at my 1 minute, 2 minute, and 5 minute to kind of get a bias on which way that 30-second chart should go. But now we're entering 11 o'clock. It's like lunchtime, and you know, usually not markets that trade in good order. It is an MACD, but there's no volume indicated. It's the momentum. That's a histogram of the MACD. So those bars are the histogram, and the red line is the fast line, and the white line is the slow line. Histogram of MACD. Yep, momentum. That's interesting. It's like a triple top. You can see the momentum fading off. Yeah, no sweat, man. We never hired traders at my firm. We always built them. So me sharing the information is nothing I haven't been doing throughout my whole career, which might be longer than you've been alive. Look, here's another test of the opening range high, and it looks like we're going to drop, well, that momentum. Yeah, the momentum's negative on the 2 minute. We'll probably pop through that. No, we just popped through it. Now, if it makes a move, that'll be interesting. But yeah, you know, if it does move, you're going to get resistance right around 93. You get resistance 93.19, 93.72. I mean, it just doesn't make sense to take that trade. Yeah, and they're putting up a fight. Yeah, you know, somebody's putting up a fight on this. Ah, it's sense it. That's funny. Yep, and right back down to the bottom. So this is a pennant, and it's usually a continuation pattern, but it can break to the break down or break up, and you want to see it break right about here. If it doesn't break about here, it's getting too long in the tooth, and you can see the momentum start flattening out. So not really a great move. You know, when it starts breaking down around this area. So now it's just consolidation. You can consider it more a channel than a pennant. Yeah, the AMC. I mean, I wouldn't have held it this long. Yet, you know, when I take a trade, I have to have complete and utter confidence in the setup and the circumstances. And yet, you know, I can't have that when I'm relying on a bunch of um, random individuals to organize an entry and a buy. So perhaps it's what I know that might keep me out of the trade. So you could see the break into the opening range again after the move up. And this purple line is yesterday's open, and it's interesting that this is about halfway in between today's opening range. So we're probably making a move right now for that purple line. That blue line is yesterday's close, and you can see we're consolidating a little bit around yesterday's close. These ranges are just too tight for any trade. There's just no money in it. This you didn't get a double top up here, so I mean you got a divergence, but no double top, so you really don't know if you should take that entry. Just not the right market for trading. No, that 70 number definitely wasn't a squeeze. That was the hype of everybody buying into it. I mean, the problem could be that the hype was anticipated, and the shorters are just fading that run up. But all those questions that you could ask about the trade, all that uncertainty is what would keep me away from the trade. Plenty of money to be made out there. Just like my trading attitude this past week, yeah, with the choppiness in the market, the non-farm payroll report, too many questions out there. I'd rather trade when the odds are in my favor, being that this is a probability game. Look at that 30-minute bar, huh? That's foreboding, eh? Anybody know what that bar is called? Anybody? Anybody? This last bar right here, what would you call that bar? Still waiting to hear if anybody knows what that bar is called. Exactamente, but a bearish engulfing bar. Yeah, that's an interesting bar. So you could trade the break of that bar, or the next bar may be an inside bar, and then you trade the break of that inside bar. So I mean, obviously, we would be more inclined to take a break to the downside than to the upside because it's bearish engulfing. Red. Yes, I would call that a red bar. Bearish engulfing, absolutely. On the 30-minute, but it's got 8 minutes to close. I mean, this baby could turn into a hammer in 8 minutes. So we're not going to say it's bearish engulfing yet. What is my Virgin Galactic doing? No, Virgin Galactic. Gave up 14 points, man. Well, it's an indication that the trend is ending. So you had this uptrend, and this is a good indication that the uptrend is ending. And I mean, the picture's kind of changing a little. It's still engulfing. But if it was that strong a bar to the downside, we would look for the break to the downside. And it could still consolidate, but you know, it wouldn't be unreasonable to expect the 287 or the 286 out of it. But again, like I said, it's not a bar until it's over, and it has 6 minutes, and this could turn into a hammer, you know, because it doesn't look as foreboding as it did 2 minutes ago. Yeah, you know, and that's a pretty good push up, you know, off of my EMAs. So you got the 20, the 13, and the 8 right there, and it went down as low as the 20 and pushed up. So we'll judge that bar at the close of that bar. Yes, bullish engulfing would be an engulfing green bar. So you understand why it's a red bar, right, Tommy? So the red bar, and you know, I might be pointing out the obvious, but the red bar indicates that it opened high and it's going to close lower than the open. And the wicks are just the high that it ran and the low that it ran. So if it was an engulfing, or this green bar opened up down here low and then pushed up and closed up here, just for clarity. So an engulfing bullish would be obviously the inverse. Engulfing. Exactly. The bears are winning, if you want to be metaphoric. But yep, the sellers are in control right now. But I mean, yeah, you know, that's on a 30-minute time frame, right? If you look at a daily time frame, you'd say that the bulls are in control. And this is an inside bar, Tommy. See, here's the low of today's bar. Here's the high of today's bar, inside this bar. So this is a consolidation pattern, and you could take a break to either side to look for an expansion, but when it breaks, you have the test of breaking this low right here. So you take that break, but you keep your stops close in case it bounces off that low. You want to take that break, see it hit this break, and then run, or to the upside. That's how you would play an inside bar. But again, if we go back to the 30-minute chart, for the shorter period of time, we'd have to argue that the sellers are in control. And you got 2 minutes left on that bar. And you still don't know what that bar is going to look like. On the 30-second bar, you could see the deviation, the divergence. I got to stop doing that. You can see the divergence here. And we're coming down to test this low again, which is yesterday's open. And all the markets are just flat, to tell you the truth. I mean, the Dow's up 125, but that's really not a big move in the Dow. The composite's down 18, which is really nothing but pocket change for the composite. And then the Russell and the S&P are up like a fraction of a percent. A humdrum of a day. Woo! I'll tell you, even with the AC cranking, it's hot. So we could honestly say that this is a bearish engulfing. And now we'll just watch the behavior of this next bar. I mean, I think it's just going to be an inside bar too. I don't think anything really aggressive is going to happen today. And look, we were just talking about this divergence, and then it come down to test this, and then popped right up. See, this is a double bottom that would be good to take, and it would have pushed up. Could have picked up a buck on your option, but look, it comes right back down, tests your entry, which you would have moved your stop to break even, and then pops up. So that's a perfect example as to why I'm not trading this market, because it's just a lot of work for a little return. So we shall wait. Oh, look at AMC. Finally broke that pennant. But yet, a choppy move down because it's at the end of the pennant and the momentum kind of flattened. Testing yesterday's high. Or no, I think that's yesterday's open. Markets just moving and moving and moving. See, all these questions make the channel worthwhile. It gives me something to talk about when we're not trading. So I kind of appreciate the new guys coming in and asking questions and helping me create content until there is a good trading opportunity. So if you're new out there and you're lurking in the shadows, rear your head and share your thoughts. You could even say nasty things about me. But if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. And if you're new here, hit the subscribe and hit the bell, because I do evening wrap videos, the market wrap up, and I put out some training videos, so you'll get notified when I do that. And hit the like, because YouTube helps me promote the channel when I get lots of likes. And if you want to support the channel, there's a PayPal link in the description. But more importantly, your comments and questions help make the day a little more interesting. So if you can't hit that PayPal, just hit me up on the chat, and that is just as appreciated as some coffee money. Oh, there's a Twitter handle too, so you could tweet me. Nothing's really moving. I mean, ExxonMobil up 16 cents, Verizon up 6 cents, Viacom down 13 cents. Oh, Virgin Galactic, did you find a bottom in this retrace? I'm not really worried about it. I took half off around the 58 range, and now I'm just thinking about if I'd buy more on a dip. That's a long-term position, and when I say long-term, I mean like my kids will end up selling that, or my grandkids will end up selling that when they're adults. That's part of the grid family inheritance. we got the streaming troubles. I think it could just come down to cloud cover. So I know you guys get knocked off from time to time. This is off-grid trading, and I am off the grid. So not the greatest internet access. But if you get knocked off and you subscribed and hit the bell, you should be getting a notification when I come back up. And when you come back on, if you hit that like, I'd appreciate it. So everybody right now, if you haven't hit the like, everybody reach on over and hit that like. And I'll like you right back. Hey, Tommy, thanks for the feedback. Yeah, my stream just knocks out. And you know what? I'm starting to think that it's the software that I use to stream. And I'm going to look at that this weekend and maybe try something different next week. Although I really can't complain, man. I mean, if you figure that I'm on the back of a boat without a hardwire internet, you know, today was a pretty good day. Every once in a while it gets a little goofy. I mean, it could be, you know, just the shifting of the clouds that does it. Just got to get Elon to get busy. We're putting a third bottom in on this move on the S&P. Testing yesterday's high, I believe it is. I'm still not cool on my colors there. Nope, that's yesterday's open. The blue. The momentum is looking a little favorable for that break. Although it's kind of neutral on the 5, which just means it's going to be choppy on the break, if it breaks. And we're in lunch, so can't really expect much out of it. Got to check my crab pots at lunch. I'm not doing too well on the crab front. I got to ask a few of the locals, see if how they're doing with crabs. A few seasons ago, it was so hot that the dissolved oxygen in the water depleted, and the crabs just all split. And whatever I caught in my pot during the evening ended up dying because they got trapped in this low oxygen environment. It was a really rough season on crab, and the crabbers were having a hard time too. That was 2 years ago. Then last year, because of the pandemic, they weren't moving any crabs because nobody was going to restaurants. Those guys had it pretty hard. But I see the pots are out now, and I see like fields of them dropped. So hopefully they do well. Yep, that's exactly it, Tommy. We're just trading sideways, just consolidating. So on the daily, it looks like we're just creating this inside bar. So yesterday, we see this doji, right, which we were talking about might be a reversal doji. At the very least, it would lead us into a consolidation. But when you see a doji like that, it's kind of an indication that the trend may be ending. So you have this long wick to the upside, almost an even wick to the downside with a very small body. And it did make a higher high and a higher low, but gave us an indication that the trend may be changing. So today we're looking at this inside bar, which is a consolidation. We're not moving up any higher, we're not moving lower. We can't really call it that until the bar closes. But I kind of suspect that this might be the bar of the day. So that's what we're looking at. Then if you look at the 60-minute chart, dink, da-dink, da-dink. So this bar is the first bar of the day. This fat body bar, we shot up, came back down. Now we're just consolidating right here. So we're staying in this channel, really. So really, I mean, at the moment for the day, we really just didn't do much. I mean, you know, we opened up at 290, and we're trading around 295. You know, just a 5-point move. No big deal, all in all. With everything that you've looked at today, that's pretty much what we did. The 60-minute momentum is bearish, but it'll probably level out and just go flat. I don't expect too much until we get that report Friday at 8:30, and then you know, going into a long weekend, maybe if everybody's sitting on profits, they might cover and take profits. But I don't think we're going to see anything bloody. I mean, the fear of inflation is kind of dwindled. It looks like everybody's kind of resigned themselves to the idea that inflation is transitory. And yep, you know, these sideways trades, these are days for sailing. But we'll hang out and maybe, you know, there's always a lesson in what's transpiring. But here, look at this interesting bottom. You know, we just keep hitting yesterday's open and trading off of it. That's what that blue line represents, yesterday's open. And now we're just building this channel right around here. So being that there's nothing going on, I say we take a break. And we'll meet back at 12:45. I want to go see if I've got anything in the crab pots. I had some panfish in there yesterday. Hopefully I have a few more, and yeah, you know, maybe I'll fry up some fish today. It's just so hot, I'm not even in the mood to eat. But yeah, let's take a quick break, and I'll see you guys at 12:45. All right, we're back. Sorry I'm late. Got a call that I had to attend to. But all is well now. Hopefully the stream is good. And yeah, you could see it, just choppy trading even while we were out. Oh, and I got to tell you, I have Crabzilla in my pot. I mean, that crab is like the size of a face. But he's alone. So hopefully, I left him in there. Hopefully he invites a few buddies. And I'm feasting on crab. I've been watching the stream, and it seems like it's going in and out. My software is showing that it should be good. Hey, Mr. Didder. Did it. I know who did her. Looks like that DIDI popped at the IPO. Oh, that's rough. I hope you're talking about the market, not my stream. Yep, just, well, I wouldn't say it's normal, but, you know, because we have that report Friday, the non-farm payroll, and we got the holidays coming, and it's summertime, man. This is a summertime market, and this is what it looks like. I mean, it's summer doldrums. Yeah, you know, that's where that cliche comes in, trade till May and go away. And a lot of people think that it means after May markets turn around and go down, but it's not. It's just there's no trading in it. So that's what you got to look for. So, but I would recommend to everybody even read up on income trading and spreads and stuff like that. And then when we start talking about it, you'll have questions to ask me, and maybe I can get everybody up and running on that a lot quicker. I'm also writing out some videos on earnings plays, on how to play earnings and protect your downside and capitalize on it. One smooth play, you make a little bit of money if you're wrong, and you make a lot of money if you're right. Can't argue with that, baby. But I'm still working it out. But this is what we have to add to the channel. So anyway, I guess I'm in the storyboard session aspect of the creation, and then we'll put it on the table. But yep, look at this 30-second chart, man. Just chop, 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 chop. See, Miss Grid has to deal with that. She'll call me around lunch to talk, and then I'll just be complaining about the market and how choppy it is. And she argues, "Is it ever good?" And then I say, "Well, look around, honey. It's good from time to time." I mean, look at that 30-minute bar. I mean, in essence, we've really gone nowhere. I mean, up and down and up and down and up and down. But, you know, this is holding true to what we saw in yesterday's bar, which was an indecisive doji, kind of indicating that the trend may stop. And so far, well, we have the higher low. I mean, if we push to a higher high, then the trend continues. But it looks like we're going to have that inside bar, or actually the way it appears today. But again, just like we saw quite a few times, you can't judge the bar until the bar closes. The bar, the bar, the bar. But I wouldn't mind a slow grind up. I would, however, really appreciate a good consolidation, a good long consolidation. Get some of that cheap stock out, build a nice foundation under this move up, and then proceed to move up next winter. Look at that 30-minute bar. See, you can't really call that an engulfing because they share the low. This is even higher. That momentum is even just neutral. So maybe we'll get some young blood with new questions, and it'll invoke some thought. Unless you old free folk have some questions for me. Apparently I educated everybody too well. Just trading back and forth. Even the AMC isn't offering any excitement. Got the composite off 22. Russell's up 6. S&P's up 3. Dow's up 186. Nothing. The only thing up today is the temperature. How much of a point move? Well, I'll tell you, if I'm trading like an opening range, So if you're looking at the chart, the top of my my or the horizontal line is the high of the opening range, and now I'm at the low of the opening range. I would like to see that at least 14 points. So I know if I got to move and it goes halfway, I'm picking up 7 points. And that's like 3 points per contract. So I'd like to see a range of 14. And I'm trying to see it move the 14 and pick up 7 points a contract. So that's what I'm looking for. When I'm looking at like a daily chart, like obviously I'll take my breaks on the smaller time frames. But if I'm looking at this chart right here, and I'm going to play this break of the low, I'll look at where the open is on the previous day, because that's going to cause some congestion. So on this one, you got about 3 points. So I'll take that and might make that my first target, but then look for a test of this bottom, which you got about 10 points there. So I might take that first trade, or even trail behind it, but that would be reasonable for me for congestion. But I know that we could have a move of 10 points. I'm willing to take that, especially when I do a Fibonacci and I see that the 23% is below that. That's encouraging, because that 23% is kind of like a magnet on a retrace, and we may see it in the next day or two if we break a previous day's high, previous day's low. And I'm real fussy this time of year. I mean, I'm real fussy. There's no quality in the trades, and I'll watch going into the fall, and I'll probably be a big sissy, for a little while. But eventually, the market will convince me that it's moving aggressively, and there's lots of follow through, and then I start adding on, to my trades. Because I mean, I don't want to fight to make back money that I lost. It doesn't make sense. So once I'm confident and I feel the odds are stacked in my favor, then I get involved. So if you look at a hedge fund, you could look at a hedge fund that has really high returns, but they have really high drawdowns and risk to reward ratios. So that's not a good business model in the long term. If you look at hedge funds that have severed and survived for a long time, you'll find that they have really, really small drawdowns and small risk to reward ratios. And that's the kind of trading that you want, that goes long term. Yeah, I heard it pop, DI. So anyway, that's why I'm so conservative, because I don't want to have to work to make back capital that I lost by taking low probability trades. I might as well just sit back, and even if I miss trades, I mean, it's easier to make money that you miss than make money back. You have to rebuild that capital and then go forward to start advancing. So. So that's it in a nutshell. DI. So, any questions out there? Any comments? You bet. Anytime, Tommy. That's why I'm here. Small price to pay for all the input you've been giving me. Hey, Andrew, do you know what the subscription price was for DI? Well, no, I'm asking the subscription price. Like if you were part of the deal, what you bought it at. So you could buy it at the subscription price. Then they have an intended open price, um, and then obviously, where it moves to. So if you got it at the IPO, oh yeah, it was set at 14 a share. Yeah, yeah. You know what? I'm just opposed to Chinese companies. I'm opposed to China. Their humanitarian policies and their environmental policies. So I don't really like to wish bad on anybody, but I hope this thing tanks. I don't think that they have the human race's best interest in mind. Quite a bit of action in Virgin Galactic. Yeah, and it's a big market that they have there. But I don't like what their revenue goes to support, so I would stay away. Regrettably, people in my industry don't really think about that. They just think about making money. So it probably will be a success. But I could miss that one. Although, the way that China is clamping down on their companies and their tech industry, um, we might be looking at the beginning of the end. We were talking earlier about how weird people get when they make a lot of money, have a lot of power, and you could see that in leaders also. And people tend to get drunk from the scent of their own perfume, and I think that's what's going on in China right now. And I don't care how strong an iron fist you are, if you don't have the support of your people, it's going to all come crumbling down. Yeah, but they're clamping down on tech across the board, putting in a lot of restraints and a lot of regulation. seems like they're going to inhibit some innovation by doing this. I mean, I can understand the Bitcoin clampdown, and yet, I'm pretty certain U.S. is going to follow that policy. Countries don't want competing currency. I mean, China's trying to make a move to be the currency, the international currency of trade, and knock the U.S. out of the box. Now they have to compete with Bitcoin. They're not interested in that. Woo, it's getting hot, hot, hot. Having a hard time keeping the place cool with the air conditioner. Yeah, I think China was talking about doing a digital currency. Well, yeah. That'd certainly give it some confidence, wouldn't it? Hmm. Just watching my stream and wondering why it's going in and out. How's the quality on your side? You guys getting a good stream? Yep. Yeah, I agree. Loop and loop. Thanks for the feedback. Um, Here, if you look at the 30-minute, got 9 minutes left in the bar, but it looks like we're forming a another inside bar. So we had this engulfing right here. It didn't take the break. It broke to the upside without much of a run, which would be consistent with a bearish engulfing breaking to the upside. But that does create a support right here, which could be interesting if it breaks. But again, just there's so much congestion right here that I'm not confident in a good breakout with a trade. Kind of wondering though over the next few days if we get a consolidation to this 288, 4288. Wow, it's got to be hot because cabin top on my boat is just cooking. Even my freezer is having a hard time maintaining temperature. No, here we are in another sleepy afternoon in the markets. Just reading some news, seeing what's going on. There's just nothing going on. Oh, wow. The court overturns Bill Cosby's sex assault conviction and bars further prosecution. Yo, Bill paid somebody. Oh, and Robin Hood has to pay 70 million in fines for the outages and misleading customers. It's the largest penalty FINRA ever penalized anybody. And the cybersecurity bill is designed to attract the top minds in the U.S. That's pretty interesting too, man. National defense on cybersecurity. So Bill is off the hook. Not bad. You could be a rapist and cut a good deal. The power of money. That's funny. Look at those bars. Looks like the market's getting top heavy. And the 60-minute is definitely bearish, the 60-minute momentum. thinking we could argue a pennant right there. But the 8 period is kind of acting as a support. Got that 30-minute inside bar. I think I might try that break right here with a very tight stop. So I'm looking at the 295s. And I'm in it. I got my stop right here. I'm going to take my first off if we hit that resistance. My 2-minute looks negative, my 5-minute looks negative, my 1 minute's a little choppy, but it looks like it's turning negative. Come on, come on, come on. Let me see that 93. Kind of toying with yesterday's open. I'm moving to a break even. Oh, and I'm out. Could be a last kiss, but I just don't trust the runs. Yeah, and you know what? They didn't do anything wrong in their outages, but they misrepresented what they were doing, and they were actually inhibiting people from buying out of protecting their downside or their exposure, and you have a right to do that as a brokerage firm. You can control your margin requirements, but they lied about it. And that's what they're being sanctioned for or fined for. Or at least that's what I gathered in the quick reading that I had of it. Yeah, you know, I'm very familiar with clearing firms or brokerage firms issuing just maybe closing trade only on securities because they have too much exposure in the security. And they have a right to do that. But these guys didn't want to admit to doing that because it wouldn't have looked favorable on them to their customers. So it appears they had an outage argument or excuse. And you are not allowed to lie to your customers. That's just poor management, man. That would have been a situation where they would have had to do damage control through customer service, as opposed to coming out of pocket 70 mil, and you know, FINRA and the New York Stock Exchange are not government entities. It's a self-regulatory organization, so it's really a private entity, and that's their source of revenue. So, and when you go before them, they are the prosecutor and they are the judge. So the chances of you, being victorious or defending yourself is, just absurd. So here they have a monetary motivation to fine you, and the prosecutor and the judge get paid from the same guy. So, what do you think's going to happen? You're going to get banged out. The SEC is a federal organization, government organization, but the rest are self-ROs, which is a self-regulatory organization, which means that it's governed by the industry itself. So the people who sit on the board of governors are actually in industry individuals, and usually they're associated with the major brokerage firms. So here you have Robinhood, that's relatively a startup, stealing capital from these big institutions who have control of FINRA. So, yeah, it doesn't look favorable on Robinhood. And after this instance, they're going to be in there like every year auditing these guys. Put the thumb screws to them, make the cost of business unlikely or inhibiting, and gain that market share. That's exactly what they did to the entire industry throughout 2004, 2005, 2006. They squeezed a lot of small brokerage firms out of the industry because 80% of the investment capital was controlled by the smaller brokerage firms. And the larger brokerage firms had big dollar amounts like pension funds and things like that, but 80% of the retail or retirement markets were controlled by small brokerage firms. So having control of the SROs, they raised the regulations, they raised a lot of the net cap requirements, squeezed out a lot of small guys, forced them into joining their brokerage firms or becoming independents associated with the larger brokerage firms, and just gathered up all that capital out there that they didn't have control of. And that's exactly what you see going on in the medical industry right now. I mean, all these regulations and stuff, the medical industry is squeezing out the small practitioners and forcing them into big institutions, big hospitals and things like that. So here we have a country that was built on small business, and now we have a culture that just squeezes it out. So it's interesting. We hit that yesterday's open, I believe it was, and you could see the head and shoulders pattern. This is the move down, and here's the shoulder, here's the shoulder, here's the head, and here's the neckline. Broke the next line, and it's starting to make that move up. And I believe this is the trading range, the lower trading range. So these are things that you want to be aware of. I mean, in these small moves, there's really nothing to do with it, but this is exactly what you're looking for in larger moves in the market. Woo, it's getting mighty stuffy in here, man. I wonder what the temperature is outside. Feels like 97. Yeah, we cooking. Yeah, Robinhood was recently talking about the IPO, right? That's their exit strategy, or at least the management team or the founders. I mean, all that happened there was FINRA saw that Robinhood was making a lot of money, and they wanted some. Man, I went through that time and time again. You can see on this head and shoulders too, if you look at the momentum for anybody who's new, who wants to see how we use the momentum, you can see this low here and the low on the momentum here, and then the low of the head and how high the momentum is, the deviation or divergence of the momentum. And that just shows you that it's a good head and shoulders. But given the nature of the market, there's no follow through. So it bounced right off of that opening range low. Would have knocked you out of the trade. Look, it's moving up to test it again. It may very well break it and keep running, but this choppiness is just no place for traders. Yep, that's it. Yeah, get your, or at least reduce your risk, right? They go public, they have a ton of shares, they liquidate. I'm sure there's a portion of it they get to sell right away. Maybe they sell some calls against it, or they buy some puts as protection against their position, and then slowly roll out of it. First, they'll beat on them for a while, beat on Robinhood. Then, if they're resilient and can maintain market share, somebody will come in and try to buy them. A big firm will come in and try to buy them. But first, they just try to beat them out of the industry. Nope, AMC is fighting back. DI. Well, I haven't watched IPOs in a while, but I gotta say, in my experience, if that baby was gonna pop, it would have popped. No, man, you got to stand like right in front of a air conditioner today. Yeah, it could be. Fidelity, huh? Yeah, I'm sure there's some value in what they are. Well, if they're smart businessmen, that was probably the plan right from the beginning. Um, build something that of value that somebody needs. And get bought out. Yeah, that's interesting. So maybe this is just the final blow here. You know, they get this ad out there, and there's going to be another exodus. Man, Marcus, somebody's got to put a quarter in the market because it stopped moving. I mean, look at that tiny little 30-minute bar. Yo, it's like too hot to cook. I think I'm gonna have to throw the barbecue out. Yeah, slide a Bitcoin in. Anybody have any questions? Want me to look at some stocks? Something I could do for you? It's just a sleepy, boring day today. Hmm. A costly error. Well, there's still an appeals process also, so we'll see how that goes. Or did you say there was a settlement? Oh, I just read through it. It's actually a little more than inhibiting buying. Seems rather negligent. Yeah, they agreed to the settlement. Yeah, that's interesting. I was reading some of the issues too. It doesn't seem like it's egregious. It just yeah, you know, their technology is just, I guess, inadequate. Huh. Hood. Yeah, I don't think they were really beating anybody. I just think that they might have not been prepared for the amount of success they enjoyed. The settlements usually read without admitting or denying fault. They agree to settlements. So it's interesting. The regulators probably went in there because of the GameStop trade and then found all of these issues. But there were some lawsuits too about wrongful deaths and misrepresentation. So I guess they got a lot of focus. A convertible hedge. What exactly does that mean? Rob. Yeah, that would be funny too. So we're just bouncing along the S&P at yesterday's open, just kind of consolidating there. And the momentum seems like it's gone flat on all the charts. 30 minutes still a little bearish. Looks like the 5 minutes a little bit bearish also. Therein lies the problem. Oh, all right. Now we're making a test on that low. So we built this little channel between the opening range low and yesterday's open. And it looks like we're testing that channel right now. And the 5 minutes looking kind of bearish. And the 30 minutes looking kind of bearish. And the 60 minutes looking kind of bearish. Daily looks like it's rolling over. I don't know if we have a pullback today, but I think we will this week. Since when is stupidity criminal? I mean, if she was just a spectator, what did she do to cause the crash? Wow, looks like Robin Hood is just accustomed to paying fines. Yep. Is well, I guess that's in France, right? But I guess stupidity is a criminal offense. I mean, I bet we could be fairly confident she didn't intend on hurting people. So there's the break of yesterday's open, and we're creating a hammer on the 30-minute off that break. But the momentum still looks fairly negative on the 5, so this sucker might have some follow through. It's not even triggering that hammer. Nope, and there she goes. Nope, got kicked back again. Nope, she's making another move. It's a fairly bearish looking 30-second momentum. 1 minute's looking bearish, 2 minutes bearish, 5 minutes bearish. at Monday's close now. Oh, actually, this is Monday's high. Looks like we're heading for our open of the day today. I mean, I'm just not making these moves because this is a 2-point move and it's just grinding down. So did we get a definition of what they're calling a convertible hedge? Because it doesn't seem consistent with what I know, unless AMC has convertible debt, which seems a little sophisticated for the company. But that's not good news for the shorts, because that just makes the position delta neutral. So if it goes up, they're really not feeling any pain. Look at what we have to endure here. So we make a move and then we rally right back. Right within the trading range. First time we break the opening range low, break it for a solid buck and turn around. So, Wyatt, if you don't have any other news, so my understanding is that they just made their position delta neutral. Um, I mean, I don't know if it's possible because I'm not aware of AMC having convertible debt. But if they did that, then they really just took the risk off the table for them. Because if, yeah, you know, if the market moves up, then yeah, you know, they're just delta neutral. The position doesn't change. So these guys could sit in this short for God knows how long, and depending on what debt they buy, they may end up generating interest, like a dividend on sitting there. So they'll be making money waiting for these apes to beat their chest. So I would definitely start thinning out my position if this is actually an accurate depiction of the strategy that hedge funds are taking. It's actually comical. So if it goes up, they don't lose money. If it starts coming down, they don't make money. But what they'll do is they'll just hold it until technically it looks like it's going to fall apart, and then they'll close their hedge right there and just ride it on the downside. All the while, they'll be collecting interest for holding the bond. Yep, that kind of negates all the negative we were looking at in that last 30-minute move. Look at that tail, man. Look at that hammer. Forget about it. I mean, I would think that a break of that would send it back up to the highs. Well, every position has a delta reading, and it's kind of it represents the volatility to the market. And so if you had a stock that had a delta of 50 and you were long, then if you wanted to make that neutral, you would take a hedge position that would have a negative 50. So your delta is zero. So you know, no matter if the stock goes up or down, your position's going to be neutral. It's commonly used in trading option spreads and stuff like that. So you know, I mean, in theory, if these guys are doing that, that's what a hedge is. So they're making it delta neutral. Their volatility, their exposure to the market, they reduced it to nothing. You know, and they even, I mean, they reduced their exposure to the market to nothing, but they're going to get interest income if they're using a convertible debt, which I mean, that's basically what a convertible hedge is. But I don't know. I don't know that AMC ever issued convertible debt, so I don't know how accurate the information is. I mean, it could be spot on, but I don't have the insight or the knowledge or the intelligence of the company. I don't want to say I don't have the intelligence because that's how rumors start. Well, no, they're not going to let it go up. They're just going to sit there and reduce their risk. I mean, that's what they're about. They're risk adverse. They're probably confident that you don't have the momentum. And the reason the squeeze is all about squeezing the hedge funds out, right? They just took that out of the equation if this is what's truly transpiring. So now nobody has to move, right? And I think that they're making an example of AMC because they just demonstrated that they could negate these attacks on their shorts. So now, you'll get a bunch of clods buying into this thing, but you'll never trigger a squeeze because they have no risk. So you could, theoretically run this up to $100 a share, but they're not buying into it, because they don't have to close the short position. So basically, this is a move to save the business model so that they don't have to abandon this strategy. And you're not going to run it up to $100 a share because you need their buying power to run it up to $100 a share, right? Everybody understands that a short squeeze creates buying power by forcing the shorts out. By forcing the shorts out, they have to buy the stock to close their position. That's what creates the buying power or the momentum and pushes the stock up. So these guys are not going to be closing their shorts. Basically, the idea just fell apart, in my view. If this is what is actually transpiring, the idea fell apart. Now, I promise you, if they do get some guys to push this up a little bit more, those shorts are going to be hitting this. I might even consider putting on a few puts because I like to go with the smart money. Yeah, thanks, Loop and Loop. I don't know if that's a very high bar, man. That's like saying I'm the best looking guy out of all the girls. This is actually comical, man. I wonder how my channel will survive if I start coming out with that theory or that analysis. Maybe I'll do that tonight. Should my title to my wrap up be AMC Apes? Oh boy, you're screwed. Yeah, that's only true if you're in Thailand. Took me a minute, but I finally got it. They don't call it Bangkok for nothing. Holy smokes, is it hot? I'm cooking, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I guess that it does. That's interesting, man. I'd like to get that. Hey, Wyatt, can you share with me where you got that information? I'd like to read into it, if you don't mind, and maybe speak a little more intelligently on it instead of speculating. Because actually, all this is an armchair analysis. Just based on what I know and what you said. I don't even know that AMC has convertible debt. So the talking heads, which are the reporters, make up cliches and terms, to sell articles. So who knows what they're deeming a convertible hedge. Yo, got to be close to 90 degrees in the cabin with the AC pumping. Yeah, influencer. See, that's the other thought I'm having. There are guys out there who are shorting AMC because they don't believe it's going to happen, and they might have pumped this news out to create a knee-jerk reaction of a sell-off. So, I wonder. I would like to, see if I could dig into it and figure out if this is reliable. But again, if it is, we discuss all the time that we take our entries and we pick our stops where our ideas break down. And if this is actually the case, then the short squeeze idea broke down. And this is where you cut your losses or you start harvesting some profits. At least if you can. I mean, if you can verify this, I would get out of the position. But if you can't, I would at least get my capital out and just let my profits run. I mean, that's how I would play it. Because I'm hoping you all understand that without the short buying power, without the shorts buying in, which is what a short squeeze is, the stock is not going to move. Yeah, 250,000. Yeah, you know what, man? Whenever it sounds too good to be true, usually is. I mean, yeah, obviously people make that kind of money in the market, but I mean, first of all, touting how much money you make just opens you up for people trying to get your money. What vehicle did he say? I think you said he was trading Wish. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. What was last Friday's date? 25th. Yeah, it was quite a move. Well, it's like a 3-point move. I mean, for him to make 250,000, all he could capture was a buck and a half at best. I mean, you could look at the volume on the options he claims he traded and see if there's 166,000 contracts that went off. That's like Bernie Madoff. Madoff was making all these claims of money they were making, yet, hedging and spreading and using options and yet, reduced risk kind of entries. And then when you go back and look at the trades he claimed, the volume wasn't in the market. Yeah, but to make $250,000, I mean, on Friday the stock moved $3. If he had a 50 delta, he only got paid 50 cents for every dollar the stock moved. So $250,000. I mean, that's like 166,000 contracts. I mean, that's just if he went long on calls. Now, that's a mighty hard trade to get off. Oh, Lordy. This market is just back and forth. See, this is where we need algorithms. Then we can take advantage of these little moves. 30-minute hammer, too. That's rare. And it's breaking the hammer, but where are we going to go? 97. There must be a storm offshore because I'm getting some waves. What happened to my chart? Uh-oh. Did I knock us out? Yeah, he should have. I mean, yeah, if you want to teach everybody, show them how you made 250,000 on Friday. No, okay, I did something to knock out my chat. I mean, it's interesting. I wonder how. I mean, if you're not advising people and you're putting on a show, I guess you could just say that it's entertainment. You know, and you pick up some persona. Oh man, I'm bouncing all over the place now. Some crazy waves coming in. Must be a storm offshore. So I'm hot and I'm bouncing around. It's like being in a deep fryer. Whoa. You might be able to hear the creak of the boat from me rocking around. Shit's not ending either. Coming apart, ladies and gentlemen. Monitors falling all over the place. The head door is sliding back and forth. Okay. Wow. It's like I gotta put on a life preserver just sitting at the dock. And I'm cooking. All right, all is well. I'm safe. Yep, that is nice to know. All right, we're back inside the opening range. That's good. Things got a little sketchy there for a minute. Oh, the day's also wrapping up pretty soon. That's cool. Nope, still can't find my 30-minute chart. And there she be. Anybody come across any links for that AMC convertible debt article? Or maybe you could just share where you got that information? Oh yeah, are they historically bearish?